1, so I think we should get started. I would like to call the special meeting of the Risk and Audit Committee to order. Could we have a roll call, please?
Lisa Middleton.
Present.
Margaret Brown.
Good morning.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
Present.
David Miller.
Present.
Jason, Shonda Wesley. Betty Yee.
Here.
Madam Chair, I have everyone in attendance with the exception of Shonda Wesley.
All right, thank you. Next item, I would like to call for an executive report from Ms. Timberlake Diamano.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members and board members. Marlene Timberlake Diadamo, CalPERS team member. The CalPERS Board of Administration has delegated to the Risk and Audit Committee the authority to conduct the selection of the board's parallel valuation auditor and to recommend the finalists to the board. On April 15th, 2021, CalPERS released the RFP number 2021-9054 to seek vendor participation to perform parallel valuation and certification services to the board for a 3-year period beginning August 1, 2021. Today's agenda item is the solicitation for third-party valuation and certification of annual actuarial reports, finalist interviews, and finalist selection. The next Risk and Audit Committee meeting is scheduled for June 15th, 2021, and includes the Office of Audit Services Plan for 2021-22, the Independent Auditor's Annual Plan, and the Annual Compliance Report for 2020-2021. Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes my report, and I would be happy to take any questions.
All right. Are there any questions from Ms. Timberlake Diamano? Seeing none. Thank you. Today, the Risk and Audit Committee is interviewing finalists for the parallel actuarial valuation and certification services request for proposal number 2021-9054. In accordance with the RFP, the committee will determine an interview score for each finalist using the trimmed average scoring methodology. If there are I see that there are other members of the board who are present who are not a part of the committee. We welcome you and we're glad that you are with us. Today's interviews will be a little different from the traditional committee meeting, and I want to set expectations at the outset. During today's interviews with each of the firms, only committee members will be asking questions. Non-committee members are welcome to observe the interviews, but I'd ask that you please hold your comments and thoughts until all interviews are complete. Once the committee has finished interviewing each of the firms, we'll move on to scoring each finalist interview and selecting a finalist to recommend to the Board of Administration. At that point, it's appropriate for feedback and comment from non-committee members. At this time, I would like to ask Fritzi Archuleta, Deputy Chief Actuary, to provide a summary of RFP activities to date and logistics of the interview process. Ms. Archuleta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fritzi Archuleta, CalPERS team. CalPERS has received 6 proposals by the final filing date of May 20th, 2021. 5 of the 6 proposals passed the technical proposal evaluations and had their fee proposal opened and scored. The 5 finalists, Buck Global LLC, Chiron Inc., Gabriel Roeder Smith & Company, Milliman Inc., and the Siegel Company were invited for the oral interviews as scheduled today. I would like to take the time to update the committee on the preliminary total scores of the firms based on the highest to lowest scores. Buck Global received 140 points for their technical proposal score, 300 points for their fee proposal score, and 50 DVBE incentive points for a preliminary total of 490 points. Chiron Inc. received 161 points for their technical proposal score, 230 points for their fee proposal score, and 30 DVBE incentive points for a preliminary total of 421 points. Gabriel Roeder Smith and Company received 159 points for their technical proposal score, 168 points for their fee proposal score, and 50 DVBE incentive points for a preliminary total of 377. Milliman Inc. received 159 points for their technical proposal score, 195 points for their fee proposal score, and 50 DVBE incentive points for a preliminary total score of 404 points. And the Siegel Company received 170 points for their technical proposal score, 177 points for their fee proposal score, and 0 DVBE incentive points for a preliminary total score of 347. Each finalist will be allotted up to 30 minutes for the interview, 5 minutes for presentation, 20 minutes for the interview questions from the committee for questions and answers. All finalists will be given the same questions. If needed, the committee will have an additional 5 minutes for clarifying or follow-up questions based on the finalist interview responses. At the conclusion of the interviews, the committee will submit their separate scores via the email template that you should have already received from OSSD using the trimmed average scoring methodology. Using the trimmed average scoring methodology, will require all committee members to submit a score on a scale from 0 to 5 for each finalist. Staff will remove the highest and lowest scores from the committee members and find the trimmed average score of the remaining committee members' scores. The trimmed average will then be multiplied by 100, resulting in the finalist interview score for each firm. The maximum points is 500. The interview scores will be collected and combined with the preliminary total scores to determine a total score for each finalist. The committee will then be asked to make a motion recommending the board award the contract to the finalist with the highest total score, subject to final negotiations and satisfaction of all requirements. This concludes my report. I can answer any questions if any come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Archuleta. Are there any questions for Ms. Archuleta? All right. I want to remind the committee that once we start, we do ask that you stay through the entire process in order to be fair to all of the candidates. I would now ask that roll be taken so that the record reflects the committee members present and participating in the interview selection process. Ms. Hopper?
Lisa Middleton,
Present.
Margaret Brown,
Here.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Here.
David Miller,
Here.
Shonda Wesley, Betty Eve.
Here.
Madam Chair, all is in attendance with the exception of Shonda Wesley.
For committee members, we have 7 standard questions that are to be asked, and I would like each one of us to have an opportunity to participate in asking questions. So I'm going to ask Mr. Miller to ask questions number 2 and 6, Ms. Brown to ask question number 3, Mr. Ruffino to ask question number 4, and Ms. Yee to ask question number 5. I will ask the first and the last questions. Are there any questions on that? All right, thank you. Let me see. All right, and we've just got confirmation that Shonda will not be joining us today. So let me move to my book. All right. We will now conduct the interviews in alphabetical order. Buck Global will be first, Sharon Inc. second, Gabriel Roeder and Smith and Company third, Milliman fourth, and the Siegel Company will be the last interview. Each finalist will have 5 minutes for a presentation and 20 minutes for a question and answer period. If needed, the committee will have a 5-minute period for clarifying or follow-up questions based on the finalist interview responses. The clock located in the Zoom meeting will show you the time remaining in each segment. It is each firm's responsibility to manage its own respective interview presentation questions or responses within the allotted time. Committee members, please note that the questions we will be asking are included in item 2 of the finalist interview packet. At this time, I would like to remind the finalists that each of your firms signed and submitted to CalPERS Board of Administration the interview form in the proposal. This form represents a pledge that each of you will not make any attempt to listen to or watch the interviews of the other finalists, nor have anyone do so on your behalf. Failure to adhere to this requirement will result in your firm's disqualification from this engagement. Scores will be determined via the trimmed average scoring methodology as prescribed in the RFP after all finalists have been interviewed. To facilitate the scoring, each committee member should have received a blank scoring email from OSSD prior to the meeting. Committee members, please verify that you have received the scoring email. I see one thumb going up. Anyone not received it?
Madam Chair, I don't think I received it unless.
Mr. Rufino, Ms. Yee.
9:12 a.m.
Yeah. It did just come in earlier this morning.
I don't have it.
Okay. Staff, could you resend that to Ms. Yee and Mr. Rufino? And it will come from OSSD. Do any committee members have any questions? I see none. At this point, we will now begin the interview process. If we could bring Buck Global forward. Do we have everyone present from Buck Global? All right, then I would like to give you 5 minutes for your presentation. There is a clock that is in the Zoom. Please monitor that clock. Following the 5-minute presentation, we will have approximately 20 minutes of Q&A for you. And with that, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Tanya Manning, and I'm going to kick things off for Buck to first tell you a little bit about Buck and a little bit about our team. But very first, I'm going to thank you so much for this opportunity to bid for this work and to meet with you and present with you today. It is quite an honor. At Buck, as I mentioned, I am Tanya Manning, and I serve as the practice leader and chief actuary for the wealth practice. This is the practice that would be serving you if we were honored to serve in this role that is being presented today. Under me and part of the team we have with us today is David Driscoll. And David Driscoll is a fellow actuary and also a leader in the public plans actuarial profession, both with regards to his public plan knowledge as well as his attention and understanding of professionalism, serving on the actuarial board of counsel and discipline, and has served in many roles regarding the actuarial standards board and professionalism. He has over 30 years of experience in the profession. We also have David Kirshner, another fellow actuary who will be partnering with David to serve the account, and Brett Hunter, who is an associate actuary who will be supporting and overseeing the technical aspects of the work. So a little bit about Buck. I just want to emphasize that we have been in the public plan work since our inception. So over 100 years, we have been devoting our service to the plans that are rewarding those who serve public entities. We have over 200 public plan clients that we have served, and we have multiple, we have an average tenure with those clients of 22 years and 3.7 million plan members served. So we've got a lot of experience, and we're happy to say that we have previously served CalPERS, where the assignment being considered today. We want to also note that we have added to the team that has served CalPERS in this capacity before. Brett will continue on the team, as well as some other folks, to make sure that you have that continuity, which is very important for something as complex and as important as this assignment. But we've added David Kirshner. He would be new to the team to provide an added layer of expertise and for a fresh perspective to make sure that you're getting all of the best ideas and work out of Buck for this assignment. We have also reassigned our DVVE technology support for this as well. We want to make sure that you are getting that fresh look, but you're also getting the continuity and understanding of the work that we've already provided. We also, as my role as the executive sponsor for CalPERS, I will be making sure that everyone on the team is serving you appropriately and that you're getting all that you need and meeting with you if there's any issues or concerns. But as chief actuary, I'm also making sure that the team is following all of the standards, both for the profession and both internally for Buck, and they are meeting them or exceeding them where appropriate. In addition to us serving our clients, I just want to emphasize that we also are very adamant and passionate about serving the profession. I mentioned that David Driscoll is very much involved in the actual profession, particularly with public plans and professionalism. And I have been quite involved as well, supporting the professional aspect of the profession, serving on the Actual Standards Board Pension Committee and other subgroups that have performed this task, and also serving as president of the Society of Actuaries. So we are very devoted to CalPERS. We're very devoted to the profession, and we're devoted to giving you the best possible service. And we hope that you will be agreement that we have served you well and allow us to continue to serve you. We did at the end of our prior contract reach out to get specific feedback on how we performed in the services. And I was very happy to hear directly that that the staff at CalPERS was very much pleased with the service that we provided, noting in particular how quickly David was responding to any questions that they had. He is very quick to respond, and also pointing out that he did an excellent job of presenting very technical and complex information that was understandable at various levels of knowledge and understanding. So with all of that, I hope that gives you a little bit of a sense of who we are and who Buck is. And we look forward to your questions and answers. Since David would be the lead actuary for this assignment, he is going to orchestrate us as we go through your questions. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Ms. Manning, thank you. First question that we have, confirm that your firm has read the proposed terms and conditions in the contract provided by CalPERS on April 15, 2021 in the RFP, and today is prepared to sign such terms and conditions if your firm is a successful proposer. If not, please elaborate.
Well, I think I can confirm that we are willing to do that, but I will defer to the highest ranking member of Buck's staff here, Ms. Manning, to provide official confirmation of such willingness.
Yes, I will absolutely provide official confirmation of that. We can do so very much affirmatively. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Miller?
Yes. Please explain how your firm would reconcile differences between CalPERS calculation of normal costs, liabilities, or present value of benefits and your own calculation of those if the difference were larger than 5%.
Well, we've had a fair amount of experience in doing that because, of course, we were fortunate enough to be awarded the earlier contract for parallel valuation and certification services. I think for an in-depth description of how we do that, I'm going to ask my colleague Brett Hunter to comment.
Absolutely. Thank you, David. Yes, so we receive the data for all the CalPERS plans, and we run the parallel valuations on our valuation system, which is ProVal. And we look at liabilities, normal costs, PVFB, both on a plan level and on an individual level. So if we're within 5% on a plan level, that might still show that there's some inconsistencies on an individual level that are offsetting. So if we had half the people that were, we had a significantly higher liability, half that had a lower liability, that wouldn't necessarily mean that we had a good match. So in addition to looking at things on the plan level, we look at things on an individual level. And this really allows us to reconcile those offsetting differences. It also helps us to select individuals that might be needed for additional sample life review. So for this previous parallel valuation project, we would frequently ask for details on CalPERS calculations for individuals. And we look at those details, compare them against our details and see where we're different. Oftentimes the issues are just differences in valuation systems, and rarely there's some areas for refinements that we proposed. But in this previous project, never were we outside of the established thresholds.
Thank you. Ms. Brown?
Thank you. How long has the principal actuary been auditing pension plans? How has the principal actuary audited large public pension plans before? And what is the principal actuary's experience with state plans? 3 parts.
All right, well, maybe the principal actuary should answer that directly, so that would be me. As Tanya mentioned in her introductory presentation, I've been doing public plan work for over 30 years, and I have worked on audits of retirement systems ever since I joined Buck. Obviously not continually, nobody specializes in audits, but I have a fair amount of experience in doing them. I would be remiss if I didn't cite the experience I've had in auditing CalPERS over the past 5 years, because of course we were awarded the 2015 parallel valuation certification project. And I have been involved with state plans for close to a quarter century at this point.
Thank you. Mr. Rufino?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. So I got a multiple question here. Please describe your firm's culture and values. How do they align with CalPERS diversity and inclusion? And what concrete steps and metrics is your firm using to ensure a diverse workforce?
I think we can provide a very good answer to that, and I believe Tanya would have to be considered the most expert member of the panel today to talk to that issue.
I don't know if you noticed I was anxious and waiting to answer this because it's something I'm very excited and actually very passionate about. We feel that our mission at Buck is very closely aligned with CalPERS, particularly on the diversity and inclusion. And I'm very happy to say that we have established employee service groups. And one of the groups we have is focused on our diversity. And we've established a Black Leadership Council, which has been directly connected to our executive leadership team, making sure that we are informed and educated and aware. And we have been having a series of events over the last few years or the last year to make sure that we are getting that information and having those important conversations. I personally am the executive sponsor for the Women Empowered at Buck, which is something I'm super passionate about, having women in leadership roles. And I also chair the women in the women's community, women in consulting community for the Conference of Consulting Actuaries with the same goal, but expanding on that in the actual community in the US. And I am also leading a task force that's focused on diversity and inclusion for the international profession as part of my role of leadership, being past president for the International Actuarial Association. All of my work is supported very much by Buck, but we are very passionate about this. I am super passionate about it, and we are very dedicated to making sure that we not only have a diversified company, but we have a diversified profession for actuaries as well. So I hope that answers your question. I could go on, but David won't let me. I need to be tidy with my time. Thank you.
Ms. Yee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. My question is, as the board's independent consultant, how do you ensure independence and yet maintain a collaborative working relationship with the CalPERS management and its team members?
Well, I think we do that because it's actually somewhat easier to do that in this case than it is in a typical audit, because what we're auditing is not a competitor, but an internal actuarial operation, namely the CalPERS actuarial office. So there isn't the tension that sometimes exists in audit engagements between a competitor that is auditing and a competitor that is being audited. In terms of independence, we state our own conclusions. We do share our conclusions with the actuarial office before we publish our report. They sometimes have things that they can say to us that help explain why we have differences, as Brett mentioned earlier. We go through an elaborate process, something that really is above and beyond what is required by the terms of the contract, where we look at individual lives to make sure we're not missing something that doesn't show up in the aggregate, but shows up when you look at particular individuals. But our accountability obviously is to the board, and ultimately, we present what we think is a very fair characterization of the work of the actuarial office. We make a point of saying what we think is very good about their work, and there's certainly plenty that we've described in that regard. We've also said where we think there's room for improvement. Our feedback from the actuarial office and the audit office has been very positive. And from my experience in testifying in front of the board, I believe that the answers that we've been able to provide to the general question of whether the actuarial work for CalPERS is being done well have been positive and satisfying.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller?
Yes. CalPERS is constantly impacted by new laws and regulations. How will your firm ensure that your staff is up to date with regulatory requirements and costings for public pension systems? For example, is your system able to model liabilities associated with benefit plan provisions on a prospective-only basis? And do you see any issues in adjusting your software so that it can model prospective-only benefit provisions?
I think the short answer to that question is yes. I'm going to turn to my colleague, David Kirshner, who likes to get into the technical details of things and certainly has a lot of experience in dealing with regulatory change and public plans.
Thanks, David. Excuse me. That's right. Our system, as you know, most public sector plans, state requirements require benefits be preserved, sometimes not only for current employees for the past, but also current employees for the future. And many states consider pension plans as a contract between the state and the employees. And once the employee is hired, that contract cannot be changed. So when benefit changes are made, those are typically made prospectively by introducing a new tier or a new group. And we have experience working with complex plans like the plans of, that are part of this, this project that include multiple tiers with multiple plan provisions. And essentially, as Brett can elaborate further, we always create a new, what we call a new benefit definition that matches up with the new tier. And that that definition applies to the specific group of employees that are subject to prospective changes. So we have experience doing that. Our systems are all set up to do that. It's very rare to be able to make a retroactive change. So any changes are typically made prospectively.
Let me ask the last of our patterned questions, which for your firm, you're currently serving as our parallel external actuary. What benefits and challenges do you believe that position presents in terms of your ability to perform successfully in the future in that role? How would you overcome any challenges?
Well, I think the benefits are that we're very familiar with your plans already. We've achieved a high level of matching with your valuations. So we've obviously, we think, interpreted your plan provisions correctly and implemented the actuarial assumptions and methods employed by the CalPERS actuarial office accurately. And as well, we're very used to dealing with your data security requirements. Brett, obviously, of the four of us who are here today from Buck, knows in great detail in what format the data is provided. So there's very little in the way of a learning curve for us to climb. The challenge, of course, as the incumbent, is how do we maintain a kind of a fresh perspective on these matters? And I think there are two answers to that. First, the standard that we are applying in auditing your reports is not a static standard. Actuarial standards of practice are constantly changing. The primary standard of practice that applies to pension valuations, ASOP number 4, is in the process of revision. So the next time we audit your evaluation report from CalPERS, we will likely be looking at anticipated or actually settled changes in the requirements of ASOP 4. So again, we're looking for new things. The other thing that we do to maintain a fresh perspective, as Tanya mentioned in her introductory remarks, is that we've added some fresh sets of experienced and heavily credentialed eyes to this project. Mr. Kirshner, as was mentioned earlier, is a fully credentialed actuary. He's a fellow of the Society of Actuaries, a member of the Academy, and so forth. And he has decades, almost as many decades as I, in performing actuarial work for pension plans, including some very large and complex ones. The actuary whom we would contract under the DVBE engagement is similarly a highly credentialed actuary with decades of experience and experience that is heavily centered on public plans. So we think we present the best of both a fresh perspective and experience that provides efficiency without cutting any corners or bringing in repetitiveness that would compromise the purposes of the audit.
David, since I see we have time, I think it's our last question. If you don't mind, I'll just add one point. An advantage to having continuity in your service provider is that we have understood the plan and what we're trying to duplicate. So we can take out the noise, so to speak, of what might not be clear to a new firm. We understand what it should be and how the plan works, so that if something is not looking right, it's not noise, so to speak, it's differences in systems, we know when there is a real issue that is there, because we have figured out what to expect and what is not expected when we're comparing our system to the CalPERS system. So I see that actually as a big advantage. We have gotten through all of this is how you do it and we do it, and we can match it up. So if there really is a difference in the thing that needs to have our special attention and your special attention, we can quickly get to that because we've already gotten that baseline. But we don't want to sit and think of everything we did as the perfect answer. We do have David Kirshner coming in, and David is no pushover, and he is going to be very involved in making sure that we are doing everything to his standards, as well as David's standards, Buck's standards, et cetera. So thank you for allowing me to add to that response. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may just add just one more comment. Throughout my career, which has spanned more than 35 years, I have been involved in different capacities of transitioning new cases from prior actuaries, as well as doing the same work year after year as our firms retain work. And I believe there's a fine balance between the need for consistency, especially if something is being done well and properly and efficiently. But I also believe that the motto that says, well, we've always done it that way, so let's just keep doing it that way, that isn't always the best motto. And so you need to judge each situation on a case-by-case basis, achieving consistency, but also introducing new and improved methods, whether those are calculation methods or communications to the client or board. So it's a combination of both.
Thank you. We do have a few minutes left in the presentation. Are there any follow-up or clarification questions that any member of the committee would like to ask? Ms. Yee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really appreciate the responses to the questions. I just was curious, you've had experience with CalPERS, and I think certainly that has really added to your responses to the questions we've posed today. Had you not had experience with CalPERS, I'm just wondering, is there a best practice with regard to looking at utilizing different firms, after a certain period of time? I know when I do a lot in the audit space, and so there are some best practices around that. But with regard to the parallel external actuary services, is there kind of a best practice with respect to switching out firms or utilizing different firms?
There's nothing, I think, comparable to what you see in the audit industry, where there is a recommendation to change providers at certain intervals. As I say, we think here we bring still a fresh perspective and expertise and experience that's useful in getting the work done efficiently. But no, there is. The GFOA does have a suggestion about the frequency of audits of public pension plans, which some public pension plans follow and others do not. It's not a binding standard, but they say nothing at all about the frequency of changing providers. There's no recommendation at all along those lines.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, follow-up, or clarification from members of the committee? I would like to ask a question following up essentially on the question that Ms. Yee asked. While there are no requirements to change actuaries on an interval basis, what are the kinds of steps that you would take to ensure that the individuals who would be performing the audit are looking at the issues and individuals with fresh and objective eyes?
Well, I think we would do that, in part by the staffing changes in the engagement from the prior contract that we've talked about. As well, we're certainly aware that we, have to look at standards in place as we do each audit. So again, we're not doing the same thing over again in any case. Beyond that, there are some aspects of the process that lend themselves to being changed from the prior engagement. For example, in the public agency valuation, there's a sampling process that is used that has to be agreed upon by the actuary engaged to do the project and the actuarial office. If, for example, agencies that were randomly selected for inclusion in tasks 1 and 3 1 and 4 rather, of the prior engagement were to be excluded so that you made sure that the 10 randomly selected, minimum of 10 randomly selected agency valuations this time were different from those that were looked at last time. That could be a condition. So there are a number of ways to build in freshness to the audit process, even if you're working with the firm that held the earlier engagement.
I think that there's differences in the system that's being used on our end versus yours. So that would be consistent, but there's also a difference in how you're selecting and how you're evaluating what is selected. And the selection process would be varied, not could be, but would be varied. As David indicated, that's just smart practice, and that's just how we would operate. Whether we were new to CalPERS or different, we would make sure that we are providing a variance in the way that we're selecting the lives. That's just critical, and that is just good practice. As far as evaluating the lives, that's where we get into having an additional set of eyes and additional perspective on making sure that what Brett digs into, we find and we are communicating and identifying properly, using David Kirshner as another professional with his perspective. So you'll have the same system going back and forth, and that gets to the efficiency so that you are better narrowing in on what are real differences that really need to be understood. And then you have a different selection of the sample lives and a different evaluation that provides that fresh perspective. I do understand completely, and I've been asked this before about the advantages of getting different firms, but I think that we would be very well positioned to provide you actually an elevated look at this, because we can use that baseline knowledge we already have. Yeah, I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Last opportunity for anyone on the committee to ask any further questions. Seeing none. You've got a little over a minute left. You don't have to use every minute that is allotted to you, but if there's anything you would like to say in closing, please, you're welcome to do so.
Well, I think I would just say that, we've worked very well, we feel, with CalPERS over the past 5 years in doing this type of work. We think we can continue to do it well, bringing a fresh perspective and also the advantages and efficiency and a short learning curve of incumbency. I do want to note that I think, at least partly on the basis of the findings of the earlier audits, that the scope of the parallel valuation and certification audit contract that you're about to award has been scaled back somewhat. So I think, in a way, the findings that we've been able to provide you with, both in terms of what is strong and what needed to be changed, have led to the conclusion that you can scale back slightly the frequency of the audits. So in a way, the good work that we've done has enabled you to save money while simultaneously providing you with the assurance that you have very, very good work coming from your actuarial office. We have a good success story to tell here, and we hope to be able to continue it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you all. And we appreciate your time. We've got 4 more interviews to do today. So thank you.
Good luck with that. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
All right. So
Thank you.
I have been asked if we could take a short break, and given that we need to move one set of panelists out and another set of panelists in, why don't we take a very quick 5-minute break, and I would like to start back on time at 10:20.
Hello.
Good morning, Ann. This is David Espino, your host. We're in a 5-minute break right now, and we'll be able to go getting everybody on board. But your video looks good and your sound's good.
We are now going to move on to a presentation from Sharon Incorporated. And if we could bring the representatives from Sharon forward, and my apology if I am mispronouncing the name.
Hello. That's okay. It's Chiron, and it is almost always mispronounced. It's mispronounced more than it's said correctly. So anyway, good morning, everybody. I'm Ann Harper, and I'm here with Mike Maley, representing Chiron. But before we get started, I'd like to say thank you to the board for giving us this opportunity to present today for your actuarial review contract, where it's very much appreciated. So in the next 5 minutes, we are going to give an overview of Chiron. I'm going to introduce you to the proposed consulting team. And then Mike is going to talk briefly about his specialized role within Chiron and how he fits on our team. So Chiron was formed back in 2002 from a group of consultants from an international firm. We have 7 offices nationwide, and it's an employee-owned firm. There are 2 offices here in California, one in the Oakland area and one down in San Diego. There are about 100 employees, and 70% of those employees are credentialed actuaries, which is a high percentage in our industry. And this is due to the fact that 100% of our revenues come from actuarial consulting services. We don't do anything else. That's what we specialize in, and most of those consulting services are for public sector or jointly trusteed pension plans. Our proposed team is myself, Ann Harper, and I work in the San Diego office. Bill Hallmark and Graham Schmidt, who are not with us here today, but Bill works in the Oregon office in Portland and Graham in the Oakland office. And then Mike Maley will be leading the parallel valuation team. And all of your consultants, we all have over 20 years of actuarial experience. We consult on or have reviewed very large, complex pension systems within California and nationally. We speak at CalPERS, SACRS, and national conferences such as NCPERS and at the International Foundation. And specifically, Graham Schmidt's one of the members on the California Actuarial Advisory Panel, the CAP. So that's just a little bit of background on your proposed consulting team, and you can find more information in our bios in the proposal. So moving on, what I want to speak to what really makes Chiron's consultants unique is that we are very, very hands-on and are able to populate our models. Specifically, the consultant team that I've laid out for you, 3 of the 4 of us not only can run the valuation system, but we can also program, code the assumptions, the benefit structures, and the liabilities. So we don't always have to just rely on junior staff to review and to look at the results of our coding for the pension systems. What this means is that our consultants do not operate in a black box. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike to talk specifically about his specialized role.
Hello, my name's Mike Maley. I'm in the Chiron office in Oakland, California. I have a somewhat unique role in our industry. My title is Public Pension Oversight. I really lead the internal quality control team within Chiron that runs independent parallel valuations for all of our existing clients. But I also get involved in parallel valuations of the work of other actuaries and other actuarial systems. I've been here 10 years and I've seen so many variations on pension plan benefits. I've been exposed to such a wide range that I don't think setting up your plans on our systems would be very, very difficult. Certainly some parts are complex, but not overly so. But I just want to stress that the role I have here is somewhat unique in our industry, and it really helps us set up a team for the work on this project if we were to be awarded it. And with that, I'll turn it back to Ann.
Okay, so briefly, I just wanted to touch on some of our experience in doing parallel valuation and replications. We have worked extensively with CalSTRS and with the University of California, their retirement plans over the last 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are going to move forward to the second part of this process, which is a 20-minute question and answer. We've got 7 standard questions that we will be asking, and depending on time, there will be an allowance for follow-up or clarification questions at the end. I'll start with the first question. Can you confirm that your firm has read the proposed terms and conditions in the contract provided by CalPERS on April 15, 2021 in the RFP, and today is prepared to sign such terms and conditions if your firm is a successful proposer? If not, please elaborate.
Yes, we have read the terms and conditions, and we would be ready to sign today. Just to reiterate, our fee quote was $274,375. And we understand that the terms and the length of the contract would start on August 2021 through June 2024.
All right, thank you. Mr. Miller?
Yes. So please explain how your firm would reconcile differences between CalPERS calculation of normal costs, liabilities, or present value of benefits and your own calculation of those if the difference were larger than 5%.
Well, we've done several audits throughout Chiron. And usually when the reconciliation process occurs, the first thing that we do is we first internally double and triple check our calculations to make sure that that we can stand by them. And we do this so that we don't want to waste anyone else's time, like the CalPERS actuaries or getting anyone else involved. So we do that first and foremost. And then secondly, what we would do is work with the CalPERS staff and alert them to the situation that we're having and maybe ask just more general questions around where we're finding our discrepancies and differences. And a lot of times we can resolve those problems just with more communication with staff. And then thirdly, I think it's helpful for us too, and I don't know how much CalPERS would be willing to share their coding. So what we normally do, if we can't reconcile with those first two steps, is we would provide CalSTRS with what our calculations look like on a very specified basis to see if we could pinpoint where the discrepancies were.
Great, thank you. Ms. Brown?
Thank you. It's 3 parts. How long has the principal actuary been auditing pension plans? Has the principal actuary audited large public pension plans before? And what is the principal actuary's experience with state plans?
Okay, so I am the principal actuary on this account. I have been auditing or reviewing large systems since 2002 here in California. So some of the large systems that I have worked on, I think I touched briefly in my introduction, is worked on the University of California retirement plans. We did both the OPEB and the pension plan. With the OPEB is the retiree medical piece. We actually looked at also the 415B, or it's called the 415M excess benefit plan. I've also worked with CalSTRS on their experience study and parallel evaluation. And as far as statewide plans, I've conducted several audits on the 37X systems, just finished up with Kern. We've done Orange County, San Mateo County, San Diego County, San Bernardino County, and also just recently I was the lead on the Los Angeles Employees Retirement System parallel evaluation.
I would just point out that I'm not the principal actuary on this work, but in the last 2 years, I've done parallel evaluations for CalSTRS, all 5 of their plans, and the New York State Teachers Retirement System.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ruffino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I have a 2-part question. Please describe your firm's culture and values. How do they align with CalPERS diversity and inclusion? And what concrete steps and metrics is your firm using to ensure a diverse workforce?
So our firm's culture and values is definitely very open and diverse. And I can speak specifically to being a woman on a high level consulting actuary in our firm. And we have almost 50-50 in terms of women to men ratio in our company. And we also have a large majority of our shareholders are also women. And so just speaking specifically to that, we do, in terms of recruiting, we follow all of the guidelines, the national guidelines where you cannot discriminate. And so when we do go to universities, which have a higher percentage of minorities to do some of our recruiting. And so we definitely feel like that we would align with your values and your culture at CalPERS and being here in California as well.
Ms. Yee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I wanted to just ask, as the board's independent consultant, how do you ensure independence and yet maintain a collaborative working relationship with the CalPERS management and or its team members?
So that's a good question. It's interesting because we have done so many audits and parallel evaluation reviews of statewide systems that, and we have this internal oversight committee that Mike Maley leads, that we have so much experience that typically we don't really even need to make contact with the staff in terms of making phone calls or anything like that. A lot of our work is just done through emails when we have questions. But in terms of that independence, I think that is key in that we don't need to actually, in the past, have had to rely heavily on staff to conduct our work because we're so have so much expertise with these systems. But in the case where we would have to collaborate or maybe reconcile issues more to maintain independence, it would be helpful. And I think this is typical, is where any correspondence that we would have with staff, we would also CC the relevant members of the audit committee on those email chains so that there's kind of an oversight to the communication that's going on between us and our staff.
Madam Chair, is this appropriate for a follow-up or should I wait till the end?
I'd like to follow up now. I think we do have time for that.
Is that okay? Okay, great. So
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
This is Robert Carlin from the CalPERS legal office. I think we should stick to the standard questions for this period, and we will have all the firms have an opportunity for a follow-up 5-minute period of time. So you'll have the opportunity to ask that question when we come to that part of the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Carlin.
Thank you. So with that, we will go to Mr. Miller.
Thank you. CalPERS is constantly impacted by new laws and regulations. How will your firm ensure that your staff is up to date with regulatory requirements and costings for public pension systems? For example, is your system able to model liabilities associated with benefit plan provisions on a prospective-only basis? And do you see any issues in adjusting your software so that it can model prospective-only benefit provisions?
To answer that question, yes, our software definitely handles prospective-only provisions, and I myself have coded those types of benefit changes, not necessarily with California systems because we know about the California rule currently, but going forward, that is something that is very easy to do in our system. So in terms of the benefits and the laws and knowing and staying up to date with those, myself and Graham Schmidt both practice here in California. And as I mentioned earlier, Graham Schmidt is California Advisory Panel member, where all of those discussions of the new laws get vetted. And so we're kind of seeped in the the legislature and the laws and the benefit structures.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the system we use to run valuations is quite flexible, and we have set up several plans where we're valuing prospective only benefits. It's something we see quite a bit in our practice.
Thank you. The last of our pattern questions for you. I believe your firm has not previously served as CalPERS parallel external actuary. What benefits and challenges do you believe that position presents in terms of your ability to perform successfully in that role? How would you overcome those challenges?
That's a very, very good question. And as I had stated before, and Mike has stated, is that we have so much experience here in California, and Mike specifically with being this internal audit with all of our companies' pension plans, that he's seen a wide range of complex, different structured plans, different benefit tiers. One of our 37 Act County plans has over, I think, 50 tiers alone with different benefit structures. So we do have the capability of handling that. And with our other large system audits or valuation reviews like UC California and CalSTRS, there sometimes would be challenges in terms of just the sheer size of the demographic data that we get and the size of the programming of our computers. So we are well equipped and have the ability to handle those given the past experience that we've had with other systems.
Yeah, I will add that last year we finished a parallel valuation for Michigan MERS, and at part of that process, there were 30 separate plans that were reviewed. And internally, we have a client that has over 700 different divisions, and I set up internal parallel valuations for all 700 of them. So I think that puts us in a good place to conduct this review also.
Thank you. We have 7.5 minutes left in the 20 minutes that were allotted for our pattern questions. After we complete this part of the process, we'll go to a 5-minute session for follow-up and clarification questions. Since we've exhausted all the questions, is there any additional comments that you would like to make with regard to the questions that you've been asked so far?
No, I'm okay with moving forward.
Yeah.
All right. With that, we will reset the clock then for 5 minutes, making it available for follow-up and clarification questions. And I will begin with Ms. Yee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to just ask 2 questions, actually. One is with respect to just working collaboratively with the CalPERS management and its team members. As a new firm coming in and serving as the parallel external actuary, can you just describe what that initial engagement would look like? Just to kind of set the tone for what that working relationship will be going forward?
Sure, yeah. So whenever we have a contract like this, or we win new consulting work, we have our team meet with on a Zoom call nowadays with the staff and management, and would have a kickoff call. And on that kickoff call, what we typically do is we go through all of the timelines, the deliverables. And since this is a 3-year contract, I wouldn't envision us going through a whole 3 years of the timeline, and maybe take one project at a time, which the first one would be the public agencies. And just to establish what those deliverables would look like, when each group would be responsible for providing the deliverables, meaning when Chiron would be responsible for providing results, and when they, maybe CalPERS staff would be responsible for when they would be giving us, data that we would need to use. So that's all taken care of on this initial kickoff call that would occur.
Great.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I was just curious about just the expectation about any kind of ongoing collaboration in terms of the nature of the work and carrying out the tasks of the agreement. So,
right.
Okay. And then secondly, in your experience in this industry, is there a best practice with regard to utilizing different firms? So in other words, is there kind of a period of time after which CalPERS ought to think about refreshing the firms that we use?
I'm not sure that there's necessarily a best practice. I think each board independently just, makes decisions on who they will hire to perform these replication valuations. I do, however, feel that hiring new consultants or new actuaries does give you a fresh set of eyes looking at your plan, and a fresh set of eyes, going through the process and coding and doing the calculations that can sometimes be invaluable, just because sometimes when you have someone newer looking at it, I don't want to, maybe the other firms just tend to go through the motions with whatever they have set up in terms of their programming. So I think it is important to, I think it's important to have a fresh set of eyes every so often to review.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other members of the committee who would like to ask follow-up or clarification questions? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Harper, Mr. Milley, are there any comments that you would like to make? You still have a little over 2.5 minutes.
I'd just like to finish up and finalize by saying we would be very excited with the opportunity to work with your system, with the board and with the staff, and would definitely have the expertise to tackle this challenge. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for your presentation and the efficiency of your presentation. And seeing that there are no further questions and that you've completed yours, we will conclude this interview 2.5 minutes early. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Our next firm is going to be Gabriel Roeder Smith and Company. And if I'd like to move forward with that interview directly. So if staff could bring forward Gabriel Roeder Smith and Company. And Mr. Espino is bringing them forward. Hold on.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. Mr. Sparks, is your team all assembled?
I just assembled, told them to join the meeting now, and so it looks like they are starting to come on now.
I think we're running a little bit early, so we want to make sure we give you time to bring everyone together.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Sparks, if you'd let me know when you've got everyone present.
Yeah, currently I see 2 out of the 3, just waiting for 1 more to join.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And there he is.
All right. So I would like to welcome you. Your firm was asked not to view the interviews that preceded you. Can you confirm that, to the best of your knowledge, your firm did not view any of those interviews?
Yes, we confirm that. To the best of our knowledge, we did not attend any of those interviews.
All right, thank you. Gabriel Roeder Smith and Company, you're going to have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Afterwards, there will be a 20-minute time for 7 pattern questions, and we will conclude with the third part of our process that will be a 5-minute opportunity for clarification and follow-up questions from the committee. With that, staff will start the clock, and we would like to see your 5-minute presentation.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to bid on this work. My name is David Couch. I'm the Chief Actuary of Gabriel Roeder Smith. Could I have the next slide, please? I'd like to tell you a little bit about our company, Gabriel Roeder Smith and Company. We are the public sector experts. Our firm is a national actuarial consulting firm established in 1938. We're 100% employee owned. We operate all over the country. In terms of our people, we have 135 employees with 66 public sector focused credentialed actuaries. That is the largest number of public sector actuaries, I believe, in any consulting firm in the United States. Our expertise is the public sector. The public sector is our core business. We specialize in pension, OPEB, retirement technology and healthcare specifically for the public sector, which again differentiates us from our competitors. That is our sole business. Next slide, please. I'm going to pass it on to Mita Drazilov to tell you a little bit more about our industry support. Mita?
Thank you, David, and hello, everyone. We think our clients are extremely important, but as the leader in public sector consulting nationally, we think it's also very important for our firm to support the industry. And we do so both at an actuarial level as well as a system participation level. So for example, David Coase, who you have just heard from, serves on the pension committee of the Actuarial Standards Board. I did from 2007 until about 2014. I also served on the full Actuarial Standards Board for 3 years as a pension member. David participated in the RPEC on the Society of Actuaries, which produces national mortality tables. We also have representatives both on the Conference of Consulting Actuaries Board, as well as the Public Pension Committee and the Retirement Benefit Subcommittee of the American Academy of Actuaries. Next slide, please. So even though we do support for actuarial organizations, we know that our systems are very important to us. So we also provide industry support with NASRA, the National Association of State Retirement Administrators, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, the Governmental Finance Officers Association, as well as local agencies, for example, the Michigan Association of Public Employee Retirement Systems. We can consider ourselves thought leaders in the public sector actuarial community, and we try and do as best we can to give back to the community that's given so much to us. Next slide, please. And I'll turn it back to David at this point.
Thank you, Peter. So I wanted to introduce you to the team, some of whom are here today. As I mentioned, I'm the Chief Actuary of Gabriel Roeder Smith. I will be serving the role of the Principal Actuary as defined in the RFP. And you've just heard from Mita Drazilov, who's going to be the Support Actuary. We're going to both be overseeing the work, should we be selected. We have Resource Actuaries listed. Judy Kermans and Brian Murphy are both senior consultants at Gabriel Roeder Smith, the current and past president of Gabriel Roeder Smith. And then we have our actuarial support, two of whom are here with us today. Actuarial support is Kurt Dawson, Rebecca Stouffer, who's on the call today, Shana Neeson, and James Sparks, who's on the call today. Again, we have, as I mentioned, we are the public sector experts. We work on public sector plans across the country, so we are very familiar with the actuarial audit process, the type of work that you're requesting. We also have specific CalPERS experience. Mita, Brian, and James have been working on a project with CalPERS regarding the experience study. And others of us have familiarity with the scope of the project as well. Next slide, please.
Thanks, David. And David mentioned this briefly. So what differentiates GRS from the other firms that you're considering? Well, I think part of the reason is we're currently working with the CalPERS Actuarial Office to audit the experience study, which is going to be very important for at least two of the parallel valuations. Brian and myself have experience with CalPERS back in the late 90s. We worked on the actuarial evaluation system. The middle box there, GRS, is just the industry leaders. We just are. We have internal software valuation, and I see our time's up, so I want to adhere to the rules.
And thank you for cutting off at the time limit. We will move on to the pattern questions that we have for you. That's going to be a 20-minute process. At the end of that, there will be an additional 5 minutes of opportunity for follow-up and clarification questions. First question for you. Confirm that your firm has read the proposed terms and conditions in the contract provided by CalPERS on April 15, 2021 in the RFP, and today are prepared to sign such terms and conditions if your firm is the successful proposer. If not, please elaborate.
David, I think I'll take this question. We had our internal corporate staff look at the proposed terms and conditions. We had received no indication that we would not be willing to sign the proposed contract. So to the best of my knowledge, I think the answer to that question is yes.
All right. I believe Mr. Miller's having some issues with his microphone, so I will cover for him and ask the second question. Please explain how your firm would reconcile differences between CalPERS calculation of normal costs, liabilities, and present value of benefits, and your own calculation of those if the difference was larger than 5%.
David, let me start off with the answer and others can elaborate. We would have discussions with CalPERS staff on no two firms are going to have the same actuarial valuation software or modeling, even if they're using the same branded actuarial valuation software. And even the application of assumptions and different methodologies can be differently applied by different actuaries. So it would not be uncommon to sometimes have a situation where we found an instance where we were off by more than 5%. We would reach out to CalPERS staff and ask for some more detailed calculations where we think certain items would warrant attention. We would take a look at those additional calculations, ensure that our calculations are right. That process should be completed before we reach out to CalPERS. Ensure that there's not different methodologies or just errors in the calculations that CalPERS is developing. If during those discussions we still can't reconcile our differences, in some instances in the past where we've worked with either other actuarial firms when we've been audited or we've audited other actuarial firms, if CalPERS would like to see our calculations, we're more than happy to provide those calculations to CalPERS. So I do think it's a back and forth dialogue to ensure that everybody is on the same page. And it might be that just, one of the reasons that the board thinks that this is an important endeavor is to ensure that the calculations by the actuarial staff is correct. So if we, after the reconciliation process, still believe that the results are outside of the 5% tolerance level, then we would report that as such. David, do you have any additional thoughts there?
Would just reiterate those thoughts that what I would add is one of the other things that can result in differences can be interpretations of either the benefit provisions themselves or administrative procedures that CalPERS may have, or other things that are not directly related to the assumptions themselves, but how we are to interpret the plan. And again, we would use the same collaborative process. Our goal is to understand if there's a difference. First of all, we want to understand what CalPERS is doing and what their interpretations of these various events are, and then make sure that we understand that and can reasonably replicate it. And again, any differences that occur, we just want to know why the differences occur so that we can report back on the results.
Thank you. Ms. Brown?
Thank you. How long has the principal actuary been auditing pension plans? Has the principal actuary audited large public plans before? And what is the principal actuary's experience with state plans?
I have been a practicing actuary for over 25 years. I have been at Gabriel Roeder Smith for 15 years. I have audited plans all of that time. I didn't start in the public sector till I came to GRS 15 years ago. So to answer the first question, I have been auditing public plans for 15 years. I have experience auditing statewide systems all across the country, audited Mississippi, audited Iowa, numerous audits across the country. In terms of my experience with statewide systems, I am the actuary for statewide systems currently and previously. Right now, I'm the actuary for Michigan Municipal Employees Retirement System and Agent Multiple Employer Plan. Significantly smaller in assets than CalPERS, but it's similar in terms of complexity of scope. New Hampshire Retirement System is my client. I've also worked for the Missouri State Employees Retirement System, New Mexico, New Mexico PARA, Illinois State Employees Retirement System, numerous statewide systems across the country. And I forget if there was a third aspect to your question. I think I hit all three.
You did. Thank you.
Okay.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Ruffino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is a two-part question. Please describe your firm's culture and values. How do they align with CalPERS diversity and inclusion? And what concrete steps and metrics is your firm using to ensure a diverse workforce?
That's a good question. Our company culture is a very inclusive culture. Being an employee-owned company, we are sort of a large family business. So we have a culture of openness and respect across the company. In terms of diversity and inclusion, we are an equal opportunity employer. We constantly monitor our equal opportunity employment and our recruiting efforts. We are engaged with a local high school, actually, in the state of Michigan for diversity recruitments, actually diversity training of high school students, essentially to try to build a pipeline and expand our recruiting and our outreach efforts. Our president of our company, Judith Kermans, is a participant of the Conference of Consulting Actuaries, previously on the board of the Conference of Consulting Actuaries, very actively involved in the actuarial community on diversity and equity employment initiatives in the industry in terms of leading that. Our executive staff, the majority of our executive staff are women, and this is a high priority for us as a firm in general. I don't know if others have other comments to add.
I think that was very well said.
Ms. Yee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. My question is, as the board's independent consultant, how do you ensure independence while maintaining a collaborative working relationship with the CalPERS management and or its team members?
Let me start off on that response. I take that role very seriously. I work with very large statewide plans across the country and have very good relationships with my contacts. At the end of the day, I fully understand that I work for the Board of Trustees, and all GRS actuaries understand that, if that is our consulting arrangement. There are some very difficult conversations that you have to have with board members, especially when there's not agreement with let's say major contacts, either at statewide retirement systems or municipal plans. But at the end of the day, I think it's in everyone's best interest to have a solid dialogue with the best information possible. I've seen too many situations where actuaries have avoided having difficult conversations with boards of trustees because it would make it easier on their lives. And I've been in this, today is actually my 30th anniversary at GRS. And the notion that inappropriate decisions can be made with the actuary's blessing, I'm hoping those days are over. But yet, I think I see that still too frequently. I think we have a very good working relationship with the CalPERS actuarial office. That's not to say that if we were to find something, that it is our duty to report that to the Board of Trustees. We don't work for the CalPERS actuarial office. We would work for the CalPERS Board of Trustees.
Mr. Miller?
Yes. CalPERS is constantly impacted by new laws and regulations. How will your firm ensure that your staff is up to date with regulatory requirements and costings for public pension systems? For example, is your system able to model liabilities associated with benefit plan provisions on a prospective-only basis? And do you see any issues in adjusting your software so that it can model prospective-only benefit provisions?
Becky, why don't you take this one, just so that we get the opportunity for everybody to speak.
Yep, sure. Can everyone hear me? All right, good. Our software, as David mentioned, we work for Michigan MERS, which is also an agent multiple employer. I am one of the signing actuaries on that client account as well. We have worked with them extensively for quite a while, and they have a fair number of plans that actually have prospective benefit changes where they tier their multiplier or their COLA down at a date in the future. So our software already handles and accommodates that type of tiered structure where we're changing benefits prospectively. And we can handle different treatments of that for purposes of funding evaluation, developing results, and also the nature of your funding methodology that's required under GASB treatments as well.
Okay, thank you. It's my understanding you've worked with CalPERS previously, but not in the role of a parallel external actuary. Would you please explain the benefits and what the challenges are to that position in terms of your ability to perform successfully in that role? How would you overcome those challenges?
The challenges in performing services that we haven't performed in the past for CalPERS?
That's correct.
Okay. As David mentioned, as Becky mentioned, the experience of the people on the proposed team here with agent multiple plans, there is no other firm in the country that would have that expertise. David has the expertise, David and Becky with Michigan MERS. I have that expertise with Missouri Loggers. Brian Murphy has that expertise with the Illinois Municipal Retirement Fund. They are very similar in structure to the public agency plans in CalPERS. For the state and schools valuations, as David mentioned, he's the signing actuary on many statewide plans. I'm the signing actuary on 2 of the larger plans in the country, the Ohio Public Employees Retirement System and the Michigan Public School, and all the state of Michigan statewide retirement systems, whose assets together are somewhat approaching CalPERS, but still not at that level. There is, I don't think, any benefit provision that we haven't seen in the public sector. We are...
For Milliman to be available to us for their presentation.
This is Robert Carlin from the legal office, Ms. Middleton. I think we did give estimated times to all the firms, but we also made it clear to them that they should be prepared for an earlier or later participation, just depending on how these ran. But that being said, I am getting some reports that there may be some technical difficulties with the live stream being reported out from CalPERS. So we're all seeing everything fine, as well as the firms that are being interviewed. So I think it might be appropriate at this point if we took a 10-minute break just to see if we could make sure everything's running smoothly, and then resume at that point, if that sounds good to you.
Thank you. I will take that very sound advice. We will take a 10-minute break. It's 11:23. We'll resume at 11:33. And if staff could arrange for Milliman to be available to us at 11:33. Thank you. individuals back, but could I get Ms. Hopper to confirm that we have everyone? I see the faces now. Okay. We have everyone from the committee back, so we will move to the next interview, which will be Milliman, and I would ask staff to invite the representatives of Milliman to be present with us. I don't want to presume who's the lead person from Milliman, but when you have everyone present from your firm, would someone please acknowledge you're all here?
This is Nick Collier, and I acknowledge we have all our team members here.
Wonderful, thank you. Your firm was asked not to view the interviews that preceded you. Can you confirm to the best of your knowledge that your firm did not view those interviews?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. You're going to have 5 minutes to provide a initial presentation. There will then be a 20-minute time period for 7 pattern questions that we are asking every firm that is making a presentation. After that 20 minutes is concluded, there will be a 5-minute opportunity for committee members to ask follow-up or clarification questions. So with that, I will turn it over to you for your 5-minute initial presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, all. It's a pleasure to be here with you, albeit virtually. I'm Nick Collier, and I have with me Daniel Wade and Matt Larrabee. We're with Milliman. Next slide, please. So just a quick introduction about myself. My role in this project would be to serve as the principal actuary. I've been with Milliman for about 30 years and have been performing actuarial audits for more than 20 of those years. My retained clients include CalPERS, the Los Angeles County Employees Retirement Association, and the Texas County District Retirement System, an agent employer plan with over 800 employers. I'll turn it over to Daniel to talk a little bit about Milliman and introduce the rest of the team.
Hi, yes, Milliman is a global firm of actuaries and consultants. We've been in business for over 70 years, and one of our very first clients was a statewide public employee retirement system. We continue to have a strong presence consulting to public sector retirement plans across the country, from Washington State to California to Florida. Now a little more information about the proposal team for this engagement. Underneath Nick, we have me as support actuary. I work on public sector pension and retiree medical plans. I have extensive experience with actuarial audits, including statewide systems in both Washington State and Texas, as well as many California county systems. When not working on actuarial audits, I'm a lead technical actuary for the Florida retirement system, as well as the lead consultant for the Tacoma ERS. On the left on this chart, we have Matt Larrabee, who is here with us today. He is our peer review actuary. He'll be providing quality assurance both on today's call, as well as on the project team. Matt is lead actuary for Florida, as well as for Oregon PERS. Aaron Shapiro will provide the team with additional support. He is a relatively new addition to the firm. In his recent past life, he did work on the actuarial audit for CalPERS, so he will bring that knowledge and experience to the team. We have a very strong team working with the 4 of us, a team that includes Julie Smith, evaluation actuary for CalSTRS. She is one of 50 credentialed actuaries in employee benefits in the West region. The team we've assembled for you has a proven record for large, complex public retirement systems with 30 audits in the past 10 years. Now, Nick will talk more regarding why you should select Milliman. Next slide.
So this slide shows some of the Milliman strengths. I know you've just heard from several other actuarial firms, so I'm going to take a wild guess that you've heard a lot of the same things. So I just want to highlight a few points. Starting on the orange ring in the diagram, working in the California market, we obviously have some familiarity with CalPERS, but we have not audited you before. We believe that having a fresh but experienced set of eyes would provide CalPERS the greatest confidence in the results. I'll move clockwise from here to experience. Our proposed team has extensive experience with both systems in and outside of California. I think this gives us a balanced perspective. Looking at actuarial expertise, one thing that Milliman has that other firms may not is investment specialists. They can give us additional understanding of the analysis of the investment return assumption. I'd also highlight our ability to work well with other actuaries. Even in cases where there have been differences, we've been able to reach an understanding with the retained actuary, so there isn't a dispute of fact between the two actuaries when we present our results. Lastly, although I can't speak as much to other firms' oral communication, I definitely feel that our written communication is better than the other actual audit reports I've seen. Ultimately, of course, the best source is our references. Next slide, please. Milliman as a firm has a long list of actual audits we've performed. Since I would serve as the principal actuary, I just wanted to briefly expand on my experience. As I previously mentioned, I have over 20 years of experience working on actual audits, which I believe is more than any of the other individuals you will be hearing from today. This slide has a list of states where I've done actual audits with the number of individual audits in parentheses. I should note that Daniel was part of the team on most of these. The point I really want to highlight is the breadth of experience. I have extensive experience both in California and nationally. Although I think actuaries in California are generally doing things right, it is informative to see what is being done in other states to get additional perspective. Additionally, for both my retained and audit clients, I have experience working with large, complex agent employer systems and systems with internal actuarial staffs. That concludes our formal presentation, and we look forward to your questions.
I don't see our chair.
Yeah, it looks like Miss Middleton may have just dropped off. Miss Brown, let's take just a moment and see.
I can go ahead and get things started.
We need to wait for her.
Okay.
Let's wait just a moment. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Can you hear us, Miss Middleton?
I can hear you. Can you hear and see me?
Yep.
All right.
We're good.
Everything seems to be working, although I still have a item in the middle of my screen asking me to leave the meeting. So I'm going to try to ignore that for now, and I'll try to behave myself in the future. First question for you. Can you confirm that your firm has read the proposed terms and conditions in the contract provided by CalPERS on April 15, 2021 in the RFP, and today are prepared to sign such terms and conditions if your firm is the successful proposer? If not, please elaborate.
Yes, I can confirm we have read the terms and conditions. We had it reviewed by our legal folks. And I would note that in our proposal, we have a few changes that we are asking for. I would note that as a large firm, we have our legal staff is probably more aggressive guarding against risk to our firm than some of the smaller firms. That being said, we understand that actual audits have lower risk, and therefore we have greater flexibility in contract terms. Most importantly, what I'd add is we've always been able to reach an acceptable agreement on actual audits.
All right, thank you. Mr. Miller, I believe you get the next question.
Yes, thank you. Please explain how your firm would reconcile differences between CalPERS calculation of normal costs, liabilities, or present value of benefits, and your own calculation of those if the difference were larger than 5%.
Yeah, I'll take that question. So if the 5% threshold isn't met or there are other outstanding material issues, the first thing we would do is review sample lives for a number of individuals. You've probably heard about this from the other firms, but sample lives show the detailed calculations from the CalPERS valuation system for an individual member, and our understanding that these would be made available to us. So if this analysis yields individuals with a material difference that we can identify, that's probably likely a cause of the aggregate difference. So we would then take the calculations from our valuation system and replicate them in Excel for those individuals, or at least the key calculations where the difference is. We would then send the Excel files, including the formulas, to the CalPERS actual staff so they could see exactly how we were doing our calculation. This way, CalPERS actual staff should be able to more easily identify the differences. We would then discuss the difference and the reasons for them with the actual staff and decide how to proceed from that. In the case we were not observing any differences on the individual calculations, we would take the more extreme step, which is to request a full file showing significant results for each individual. We would then match them up with our valuation results. We would then identify individuals where there were material differences, in which if we were off in aggregate, this would necessarily have to occur. Then we would request detailed calculations for some of the identified individuals. And then we would basically go back to step one and go through the process again. I just add one additional comment on the reconciliation process. We would use the 5% threshold as a guideline, but wouldn't view it as an absolute. For example, if our calculated liability values were 10% higher on retirees, but 10% lower on active members, we might be close in aggregate, but we feel this type of difference should be further investigated. That summarizes our approach.
Thank you. Ms. Brown?
Thank you. How long has the principal actuary been auditing pension plans? Has the principal actuary audited large public pension plans before? I know you've already told us a lot of this. And then what is the principal actuary's experience with state plans?
Okay, I guess I got to take this one again too. So yes, you're right. Hopefully I've touched on those, but obviously I have a lot of experience, over 20 years of experience working with actual audits. So I really feel that gives me a lot of perspective on this. Definitely a lot of experiences with statewide system, currently working on the retirement systems of Alabama and Ohio PERS, one of which is a agent employer plan. Done work, another number of other systems, including the state of Washington. Matt works with the state of Oregon, and I review that work. So hopefully that last slide gave you a good flavor for my experience.
Mr. Ruffino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two-part question. Please describe your firm's culture and values. How do they align with CalPERS diversity and inclusion? And what concrete steps and metrics is your firm using to ensure a diverse workforce?
All right, thank you for that question. I think I'm going to turn that one over to Matt. Can you handle that one?
Sure, I'll do my best to answer it. Thank you for the question, Mr. Ruffino. So in terms of our firms, to give you an overview initially of Milliman's diversity, if we look across, we have about 3,200 employees in the United States. In terms of our gender diversity, it's about 57% male, 43% female. While that skews a little bit to the male side, bear in mind that, when you think about actuaries, you're thinking about folks that have math degrees. If you went and looked at National Science Foundation data for mathematics undergraduate degrees to convert, over the last 10 years, it's between 40 and 45% female. So in terms of gender split, our population is very similar to kind of the broad United States population for mathematics undergraduates. In terms of Milliman's kind of ethnic and cultural diversity and our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, our makeup of our employee population in the United States is about 75% white, about 10% Asian, about 5% Black, 5% Hispanic, and 3 to 4% other or undisclosed. That skews a little bit more white than the rest of the country, but also bear in mind we are a West Coast firm headquartered in Seattle. Our largest office by far is our headquarters in Seattle, and our diversity of our firm in the US looks very similar to the ethnic demography of Washington State. So we do try to be representative of the communities in which we tend to have most of our employee populations. Our firm has a significant commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We make a lot of commitments to and donations of both time and money to progressive social causes, including at our client conferences, having our attendees of our annual client conference vote on on organizations committed to diversity, equity, inclusion, to which we make contributions of money in addition to our time commitment and scholarship commitments to underserved communities.
Yeah, and I just add, in addition to what Matt said, obviously pretty comprehensive response. We do have relationships with the Black Actuarial Association and the Latino Actuarial Association to help Milliman achieve more diversity.
Thank you. Ms. Yee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, as the board's independent consultant, how do you ensure independence and yet maintain a collaborative working relationship with the CalPERS management and or the team members?
Well, I think the first thing we do is we're going to do the work, and we try to, as you said, we try to do it as independently as possible. So our first step is going to be, obviously we're going to have some interaction initially with CalPERS to get the information, but we will try to independently do our replication work. That's one area that Aaron Shapiro could come in. As Daniel said, he has worked with CalPERS before. So if we were at a point where we weren't understanding something, we would probably go to him first to try to understand it before starting to ask questions of the actuarial staff. So I think that's kind of our primary thing, is to try to do things as much independently as possible before going back to discuss further with the actuarial staff.
I think I have a few things to add there. Is that I think we strike a pretty good balance between the independence and the ability to work with the other actuarial office. We do our best to try to understand the perspective of the actuarial office. We may have disagreements, and we'll let you know if there are disagreements. It'll get their way to the report, and we'll do that. But at the same time, we want to make sure we understand the actuarial office's perspective and why they've chosen to do the things that they've done, even if we don't have all of the same results at the end. We do have an understanding of the facts. I think Nick talked about that in his opening, that we do want to make sure we have all the facts in agreement, and then from there we'll try to understand their perspective, and we won't go in with the, hey, we're the smartest, we have all the answers, you're doing it wrong. That won't be the mentality that we take to it. But at the same time, we will maintain our independence, and we think we strike a good balance, and we think that's a good thing that we bring to the table.
And I would like to add on to the answer to that question as well. I think that any sort of engagement that you do is really, the approach to services provided is going to be driven by the principles of the firm and the principles of the individual providing the services. And really our core principles in terms of any sort of engagement is to be understandable. So, the other parties need to understand the work that we're doing and where we're coming from. We need to be patient in terms of explaining our work and listening to questions and providing good dialogue. We need to be forthright. That's a key tenet of independence. We're going to tell an entity what we feel like they need to hear based on our professional opinion and experience, even if at times it will differ from what someone might like to hear. And most importantly, we have to be respectful. We respect that different people have different approaches to the work. Different people have different perspectives, objectives, and goals. And in any sort of communication we do, be it written or verbal, we try to uphold those 4 principles.
Thank you. Mr. Miller.
Yes. CalPERS is constantly impacted by new laws and regulations. How will your firm ensure that your staff is up to date with regulatory requirements and costings for public pension systems? For example, is your system able to model liabilities associated with benefits plan provisions on a prospective-only basis? And do you see any issues in adjusting your software so that it can model prospective-only benefit provisions?
I'll answer the latter question first because that's the easy question. Yes, we definitely, our software can definitely handle perspective only changes. I've got, as I talked about my Texas County system, they can make changes every year, and at least about 100 employers make changes every year, and some of them are prospective only and some of them aren't, and our software has no problem with that. And I'd say, so we don't foresee any problems there. As far as your question about staying up on the regulatory environment, obviously, working with CalSTRS and Lacera and other California entities, we do try to keep up with what's going on. Obviously, there's more out there than just PEPRA. Tangentially, obviously, we do keep a little bit aware of what CalPERS is doing, legislation that affects CalPERS. Obviously, we'd want to stay up a little bit more on that and refresh ourselves if we were selected to do this. And I would mention that we also have a employee resource group in Washington, D.C. that stays up on national legislation.
And if it's all right, I'd like to add on to the answer to your question, Mr. Miller. So, if I was looking, to further kind of demonstrate our ability to handle complexity modeling legislative challenges, if I was in CalPERS shoes, I would look to, okay, who has handled the work for what is in CEM benchmarkings considered the second most complex administrative pension system in North America after CalPERS, and that is Oregon PERS. And, our team has handled that work ably for the past 10 years. And we have very close working relationships during legislative sessions in particular, but also into the run-up of the session with the legislative policy liaisons from the agency to make sure that nothing is catching either the agency or the actuary off guard.
Thank you. Last of the pattern questions that we have for you. Your firm has never served as CalPERS parallel external actuary. What benefits and challenges do you believe that position presents in terms of your ability to perform successfully in that role? How would you overcome those challenges?
Well, you're not going to be surprised to say this, but we feel having a fresh set of eyes in an actual audit is really a good thing because somebody's going to kind of look at it for possibly a different angle. And also, if there was an issue with where the prior problems were being replicated by the audit actuary, in all likelihood, they would be replicated again the next time. So having a fresh set of eyes is I think very beneficial in the audit process, not so necessarily among the retained actuary. But as far as how we would address the challenges, obviously CalPERS is not the most vanilla plan. So as Matt talked about, we have a lot of experience working with complex retirement systems. So our valuation system is well equipped to be flexible to address those issues. As I said, I think our intent is to Dan and I to work with the actual staff. Dan referenced Julie Smith, who I'm not sure, Betty is one person who could maybe attest to how complicated CalSTRS is, outside of the fact there's only really, there's not nearly as many tiers as there are employers. There are some really complex scenarios. We have to run hypothetical valuations. Julie Smith is our person who takes care of all that, and we have a lot of faith in her. In the case, if we were running into issues, as we said, we have Aaron Shapiro as a resource, so we could discuss some of that because he does have some experience working with CalPERS. So that would kind of be our approach. I don't know if Dan or Matt, if you want to add anything to that.
I think you handled it well. Thanks.
All right. We have about 6.5 minutes left to you. If there is anything that you would like to add in relationship to the 7 pattern questions that have been asked, you're not under any obligation to use that time, but it is there. Once we've completed this part of the process, we will reset the clock at 5 minutes for follow-up and clarification questions.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add except for we appreciate the questions, good, well-rounded questions that definitely put us through our paces. So we appreciate that. I know Matt or Dan, do you have anything to add?
Only thing I have to add is if I have a 30-minute agenda item or 20-minute agenda item and it finishes 6 minutes early, I'm appreciative. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, gentlemen. With that, I'll ask staff to reset the clock at 5 minutes, and we will invite members of the committee to ask follow-up or clarification questions. And I see Controller Yee, if you would like to go forward.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the responses to our questions. I just had one question, and it really has to do with kind of this whole fresh eyes kind of perspective. But just from your perspective and experience, is there a best practice in the industry about boards like CalPERS and funds like CalPERS to look at essentially utilizing different firms at certain intervals? So in other words, is there kind of a rule of thumb about when we should be thinking about refreshing the firms that we bring in to do this external, this parallel external actuary work?
There isn't that I'm aware of. There's definitely guidance as far as doing actual audits. You want to do them every cycle, maybe for every 3 to 5 years. That's pretty well defined, but we don't have any guidance on whether to rotate them or not. As I kind of talked about some of the reasons to rotate them. Obviously, I'm going to say that, but I don't think there's not any specific guidance. Matt, do you have anything to add, or?
No, I think there isn't anything promulgated from the Actuarial Advisory Panel or GFOA or the Academy of Actuaries, but there is just kind of more of a common sense aspect to it, right? That, if you think about kind of if somebody's going to continue the project from what they did before, they're probably going to pick up where they left off and kind of build that as the basis. Whereas if you're bringing in a new organization, you are, kind of guaranteed to get a kind of a guarantee of kind of intellectual curiosity and a fresh look at the work, hopefully from a set or sets of experienced eyes.
Right. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the committee who has a follow-up question or a clarification question? I don't see anyone stepping forward. Gentlemen, is there anything that you would like to add? The floor is yours.
Appreciate your
have this time available to you.
Oh, sorry. As Matt said, there's never been a tear shed over a short actual presentation. So I would just say we appreciate your time and consideration, and we hope you all have a great day.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you. If I could be indulged with taking a 10-minute break, I've received a phone call that on a family matter that I need to respond to. It is 12:02. We will begin back at 12:10, and I appreciate the indulgence of the committee and everyone else. are you on the line? Thank you. All right, then we can proceed. And I've been advised that Siegel's available to join us. And again, my apology for needing to take a break. With that, I'd like to invite everyone from Siegel to join us. And if a representative from Siegel would advise us when you have all of your team members present.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Todd Tauser. I represent Siegel, and we have our 3 members present here today.
All right, thank you. The interviews previous to yours, you have agreed that you did not view any of those to the best of your knowledge. Is it true that you and no one on your team observed any of the prior interviews?
Yes, this is true.
Okay, thank you. With that, we're going to have a 3-part process. We will give you a 5-minute opportunity to make an opening presentation. There will be a 20-minute session that will allow committee members to ask 7 pattern questions that have been asked of every competitor. And then we will conclude with a 5-minute opportunity for follow-up and clarification questions from the committee. And with that, I'll ask staff to start the clock and turn it over to the representatives of the Siegel firm.
All right, well, thank you. Good afternoon. Again, my name is Todd Tauser with Siegel. It's my pleasure. It's our pleasure to be here today with all of you. Thank you for the opportunity to share our company, our team, and our services. So I'd like to start by introducing our team, as we believe our team is one of our strongest, or one of our greatest strengths. We have 4 FSAs in total, Fellows of the Society of Actuaries, dedicated to this project, which is the highest credential an actuary can obtain. We believe this displays our commitment to CalPERS. And I also have with me here today two members of the Siegel team, Kim Nickel and Jeff Bridges, and I'd like both Kim and Jeff to introduce themselves briefly.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Nickel, and I'm here representing Matt Strom. Matt and Todd, Jeff and I and the other team members work very closely together on actuarial audits. Matt's role will be as a support actuary. In effect, he is a backup to Todd, and he's going to help Todd in leading and organizing the audit and communicating the results to CalPERS, to you. In addition, Matt has another role, which is supervising actuary. He's going to manage the team to oversee the products, the deliverables, and to make sure that we maintain the timelines. Jeff?
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Bridges. I'm an actuary in Siegel's Chicago office. And I will be doing, as the lead actuary, I will be doing a lot of the work in terms of actually managing the project and overseeing all the actuarial work that goes on. And I've been with Siegel for about 4 years, before that with some other firms, doing public sector work for many years. And that's me.
All right, thanks, Jeff. And as I said, my name is Todd Tauser. I'm Siegel's National Public Sector Retirement Practice Leader, and will be the principal actuary for our team. And in a prior life, I had the privilege of working as an actuary in the CalPERS actuarial office for just short of 10 years. Included in that time, I worked on both the special projects side of the house and in valuation services, and was assigning actuary for about 350 different public agencies at one point in time. And I was also part of the state and schools team, was assigning actuary there as well. I also helped build the actuarial calculations that we put into my CalPERS when that was first going up, and helped with the original designs of the actuarial valuation software rebuild that the actuarial office uses today. So the point here is our team is very familiar with the culture, the processes, and the complex mechanics of the CalPERS actuarial valuations, including non-pooled and risk pooling for public agencies, direct rate smoothing of contributions, amortization policy changes that have been implemented, the asset liability management cycle that CalPERS is going through right now, the terminated agency pool, et cetera. CalPERS is extremely complex, and we believe our team is best suited to provide a rigorous and informed review and certification of your actuarial results. So if we go to the next slide, here we display our actuarial consulting services to states and large cities across the nation. There's a lot of detail here, but the main point is that between retirement, health, and defined contribution plans, we consult to 36 states and all of the 10 largest cities. And our retirement practice in particular is displayed here by the pink diamonds, which is well represented across cities and states. So really just a graphic to show our depth of engagement and expertise across the nation. And now going on to the next slide, beyond ongoing actuarial consulting services, here we've narrowed down on recent audits that we've done similar to the parallel actuarial evaluation and certification services required by CalPERS. On the left, we've provided similar services in various state and national systems across the United States. And on the right, you can see how many actuarial audits we performed right here in the state of California. These audits show our California expertise at the city, county, and statewide levels. And this sets up my final slide, where we want to conclude our initial presentation by illustrating Siegel's dedication to the state of California. Here we display our California public sector clients, most of which we do ongoing actuarial consulting for. And specific to public pensions, we provide actuarial services to 12 of the 20 independent county systems, the 1937 Act county plans, including the Sacramento County Employees Retirement System right here in Sacramento. And we also partner with a number of cities, including all of the Los Angeles city retirement plans. So altogether, I hope we've demonstrated that Siegel has a national expertise and that we bring that expertise for the required services for CalPERS.
Thank you. That concludes the time that you had available for an introduction. We'll move on to the 7 pattern questions that we have, and a 20-minute total time frame is available for that. I'll start with the first question. Confirm that your firm has read the proposed terms and conditions in the contract provided by CalPERS on April 15, 2021 in the RFP, and today are prepared to sign such terms and conditions if your firm is the successful proposer. If not, please elaborate.
Yes, I could confirm that we read through the contract in detail and we sent it to our legal department. We did have a few proposed minor modifications to the contract through our legal department, but none of them were essential in our eyes. So we are prepared to sign the contract, but we believe in good faith that we may be able to figure out slightly better language where appropriate if CalPERS is amenable to it.
All right, thank you. Then we'll move on to Mr. Miller.
Yes. Please explain how your firm would reconcile differences between CalPERS calculation of normal costs, liabilities, or present value of benefits and your own calculation of those if the difference were larger than 5%.
Yes, we'd be happy to. And Jeff, I'll toss this to you to start our response.
Really, so I think generally what we would do is one of the places we would want to start is to look at individual members. So we would be running what we call test lives, various other terms are used. And we would want to run our calculation and then compare it with CalPERS calculation. And that should help us to identify anything where there's something different about how the plan provisions are being applied or how the assumptions are being applied to enable us to figure out any differences. If we're looking at sample lives and we're coming up with a very good match, and then still in some sort of aggregate measurement we're having issues, then typically that would mean we would want to take some additional sample lives to dig into it a bit deeper. But it sort of starts with the individual participants and just looking at making sure that we're valuing the same assumptions and plan provisions that the CalPERS actuaries are.
Okay, Ms. Brown.
Thank you. My question's in 3 parts. How long has the principal actuary been auditing pension plans? Has the principal actuary audited large public pension plans before? And what is the principal actuary's experience with state plans?
So yes, I'll try to answer that in order. So how long I've been auditing large plans is an interesting question because I spent a large majority of my time working for CalPERS, in-house at CalPERS. So in that realm, we certainly did review of our own work there at CalPERS, but we're not, of course, in the business of going out and auditing other pension systems. So I'm very familiar with CalPERS, and that gets into the idea of statewide systems and how much I've worked with statewide systems. I moved from CalPERS to a rather non-traditional role. I worked for S&P Global Ratings as their director of municipal pensions. So S&P got in mind that they wanted to better understand pension risks and the trajectory of pension plans across the United States for their credit rating process. So they ended up hiring me, and they asked me to build a risk framework to identify and evaluate pension plans across all 50 states. So in that role, I trained a team of over 100 municipal analysts on how to better understand pension mechanics and pension risks. And then we went out and evaluated all state plans across all 50 states to bring it into our credit rating process to understand what the ramifications would be for municipal budgets and for credit evaluation. So that's a bit of a non-traditional approach. It's not exactly an actuarial audit during my time there, but we reviewed these plans across all 50 states. Then in the last couple of years since I joined Siegel in 2019, I've been working on a team here in California where we've worked on ongoing consulting for actuarial plans and audits within the state of California. Does that fully answer the question?
I think so. Thank you.
Can I add a bit to that? Representing Matt Strom, who is the support actuary and basically a backup principal actuary. Matt and I have performed actuarial audits for state retirement systems in Wisconsin, Illinois, Kentucky, Alaska. We audited CalSTRS twice, replication audits. Our team that we have proposed to do the work, the actual auditing piece of the project is the team that performs at least 2 to 3 audits per year. And the list that Todd showed earlier in our presentation, the majority of those were completed by the Chicago office.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ruffino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine is a 2-part question. Please describe your firm's culture and values. How do they align with CalPERS diversity and inclusion? And what concrete steps and metrics is your firm using to ensure a diverse workforce?
So our mission statement at CalPERS is to provide trusted advice that improves life. And based on that, our culture and values, it's what our retirement practice is focused on is providing and securing benefits for all of the members of all of the plans that we work on. So that is our central drive for Siegel. Now, as for our internal workforce and the diversity of our own company, we have an ongoing diversity, equity, and inclusion project where we're looking internally to assess and discuss with different employees across our practice how well we're doing in these areas, surveying results, bringing in outside consultants to help us discuss and analyze these results so that we can ensure that we are in a best place, a top tier position of providing diversity, equity, and inclusion for all of our members. Would you have anything to add to that, Kim?
Yes, we have a formal project underway, which is Workforce 2023, which has a number of components to address the diversity and inclusion issue that the majority of firms face. And it's multi-pronged, both in training, recruiting, and developing internally. people. We also participate with the International Association of Black Actuaries. We recruit there along with the Latina actuarial group. It's very front and center in our as our president likes to say, DEI is in our DNA. So it's front and center as it should be with our firm.
Ms. Yee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, as the board's independent consultant, how do you ensure independence and yet maintain a collaborative working relationship with the CalPERS management and/or team members?
Sure, I'll start by passing this to Kim, and then I'll provide some comments as well.
So in maintaining independence, our work is to be auditing the CalPERS plans, and we're very professionally inclined. We are required to adhere to the actuarial standards of practice, which would forbid us from any sort of collusion with or any sort of dependence on CalPERS staff. We are professionals. If in fact there were some issue that were to, if actuaries find that they're in a position that they find uncomfortable, there's a group within the actuarial group community called the ABCD group where we can call and get recommendations and advice. But we certainly are going to do our work independently. We are setting up, we do have some programs already set up. We've set up our own programs for CalPERS, and we will be doing that independently from anybody at CalPERS.
Yeah, thanks, Kim. And so I'll add to that, as Kim mentioned, in our profession, we have robust standards of practice. We're a self-policing organization, and those are put on primarily through the American Academy of Actuaries, an organization called the American Academy of Actuaries. And I can speak to my current role right now. I sit as the chair of the American Academy of Actuaries Public Pensions Committee. So overseeing the kinds of information that comes out of the public pension space, which is of course what we're discussing here, I sit as chair. And so not only do we have this high standard of practice high standards across the organization, but that applies specifically to the work that I oversee there at the Academy.
Mr. Miller.
Yes. CalPERS is constantly impacted by new laws and regulations. How will your firm ensure that your staff is up to date with regulatory requirements and costings for public pension systems? For example, is your system able to model liabilities associated with benefit plan provisions on a prospective-only basis? And do you see any issues in adjusting your software so that it can model prospective-only benefit provisions?
Yeah, so I'll start, and I know we'll have more to say on this as well. Yeah, we work with pension plans across the nation, and so we have a lot of experience in what's going on at the local, the state, and the national level. We have no problem modeling out different kinds of benefits that are provided on a prospective-only basis. In fact, we here at Siegel, we create our own actuarial proprietary software. So we've built our actuarial software from the ground up in-house. And what that means for us is we have a lot of flexibility in terms of whatever the needs of our clients are, we're able to take those needs and work with our programming team to build it within that software. So we're not limited by some kind of off-the-shelf software that someone else controls somewhere else. I think it's also important to note that because we operate in a wide spectrum, in a wide sphere, I should say, we operate in retirement, we operate in health, defined contribution, et cetera. We also have additional services that sometimes we're able to bring to bear for our clients. And in this case, we have a national team that's based on compliance. So looking at what's going on at the national level and being able to discuss regulations and compliance issues for all of our public sector clients. And we have a specific team member, Melanie Walker, who's listed on our proposal, who's the National Public Sector Retirement Leader. And so she is a resource that we would bring with our team for this proposal for CalPERS to manage, to be able to look at and evaluate particular regulations and changes and discuss compliance issues. Anything to add, Jeff or Kim?
Yeah,
go ahead,
Jeff.
I was just going to say, I mentioned in the introduction that I've worked for a couple of different firms over the years, and I've worked with a lot of different valuation software systems. And Siegel has a top-notch system, very flexible, and we can program a lot of different kinds of plans in there. We deal with a lot of different kinds of plans. We've talked about a number of the statewide, but also in other spheres, we do a lot of work with variable annuity plans and things that, some of which have very complex structures. So including being able to model prospective plan changes, as was mentioned in the question. So I'm very confident in our software's ability to handle any challenge we throw at it.
And I would add that Melanie's role not only is to inform our clients, but her role is also to inform the team, to be the teams across the company, to ensure that we're up to date on all compliance and legislative issues. For a number of our clients, Melanie has a standing quarterly call where we meet with the client and go over anything new in legislation, which interestingly has uncovered some things that clients need to address. So we're on top of that. And I just want to second what both Jeff and Todd said about our software. We have many clients with many tiers, very, very unique funding methodologies, very unique and different tiers of employees and projections that are done to produce evaluation results. So we can handle anything.
Okay. Last question that we have for you. To the best of my knowledge, Siegel has not previously served as the parallel external actuary for CalPERS. What benefits and challenges do you believe that position presents in terms of your ability to perform successfully in that role, and how would you overcome those challenges?
Yes, so this is a good question. It's an interesting one. I think what's interesting about our team is, as we showed earlier, we have provided actuarial services and specifically audit and parallel valuation services to other state plans across the nation. So we clearly have experience there. And our team in particular has provided a similar kind of audit a couple different times to CalPERS, which is of course the neighboring system here in California. So on the experience side, I think it's well established that we have that experience. In addition to that, I bring, of course, as I've already described, my internal expertise of knowing the CalPERS systems, knowing how the pooling is set up for public agencies versus the non-pooling, having worked on the state and schools valuation before. So beyond the general expertise that we have in our team, we have very specific insight and information into how the CalPERS system operates, and we would bring that into the audit process. Any thoughts here, Kim?
I would add to that. I think it's good to, we see with our clients many times, the ones that we audit, that audits are performed, periodically every 5 years or every 10 years. Some clients we do repeat audits for because they like the way we find things that could be improved, and just the way we can get the job done on time and present a good report. But then other times, clients like to switch up auditors because it could be that, if you use the same auditor year after year, then there might be something that doesn't get caught, because a fresh set of eyes is always good, a good look to make sure that the processes, another viewpoint on what's in the valuation report itself, another viewpoint on assumptions. So I think it's beneficial to pull in a fresh set of eyes once in a while.
And I think to Kim's point and to the prior question about independence, I mean, it does speak to that, how we bring in this fresh set of eyes that is independent and this team has never fully audited this specific data set. So we're going to bring that independence and that clear line of thinking into the evaluation process to make sure we can validate and certify the results that are coming out of CalPERS.
Thank you. That concludes the 7 questions that we were going to ask. There is still time available if there is anything that you at Siegel would like to elaborate on in further answering the questions that you've already been asked. You may do so. You're not required to use up the entire 20 minutes that was made available to you. At the time that you conclude, we will move on to a new setting of the clock at 5 minutes for follow-up and clarification questions.
Sure, I wouldn't mind following up on one of the questions was asking about the independence versus the benefits that we would be providing to CalPERS. And I did get to spend a little bit of time in the introduction about our dedication to the state of California and all of the work that we do within the state. I do want to mention on top of that, that I've had the opportunity to get involved in retirement benefits leadership within the state. So I represent the Speaker of the Assembly on the California Actuarial Advisory Panel, which is there to provide objective information and best practices to municipalities across the state of California. I also partnered with the California State Auditor on her high-risk local government advisory team. And I sit on the board of the California Society of Municipal Analysts. And I operate there as their program chair and pension expert. And one last thing to mention here is I live in 20 minutes away in Davis, California. So in terms of accessibility, I'm fully accessible to the staff and the board in person at almost a moment's notice throughout this engagement. So I think both our team as a whole, showing both our national and our local expertise within California, and the California focus that our team's leadership brings to this project would be of an advantage to CalPERS as we would go through the work offered here.
And if there's nothing further, then we will ask staff to reset the clock for 5 minutes to provide an opportunity for follow-up and clarification questions. Is there any member of the committee who would like to ask a follow-up or clarification question? Controller Yee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for all of the responses to our pattern questions. And maybe with respect to clarification, so with the Siegel company not having served previously as the parallel external actuary, I was wondering, how would you initiate the engagement if you were selected? In other words, how would you kind of set the tone and the expectations of what that relationship would look like?
Sure. So we would start right away by, as soon as we had the engagement, by getting in touch with staff and making sure that we set an understanding right up front of what requirements were on both sides of the page, what the deliverables are, what the expected timeline is. And then, of course, the first task within this process is looking at public agencies. And so that's where we would start. We would discuss with staff the understanding of looking at public agencies. Within the proposal, it talks about how we should look at the 10 largest public agencies, which makes complete sense. Those would be non-pooled public agencies. And then we should look at a random sampling of 10 other public agencies. And I don't think it can be quite random because it's important that the sampling, that we'd be sure that it covers various CalPERS processes and covers a diverse set of agencies. So we would discuss with CalPERS staff how maybe the 10 that are not part of those 10 largest, the 10 others are part of the pooled plan, since the initial 10 are non-pooled plan. And we would want to make sure to cover both of CalPERS large pools. So we'd probably look at 5 from the miscellaneous pool and 5 from the safety pool. And then we would want to make sure, even within that selection of 5 from the miscellaneous and 5 from the safety, that we're going to cover different agencies that have different member classifications and different benefit structures, and of course, PEPRA and non-PEPRA. So we'd be discussing up front all of this just to set up the process in this first year of the public agency evaluation. Of course, we would do similar for the tasks in the outlying years. where we'd make sure we're on the same page, make sure we cover the most diverse set of information, and understand deliverables and lines of communication to work with CalPERS staff. Jeff or Kim, any thoughts beyond that?
No, I think that covers it. I think that, we like to have good relationships with our clients. We're very open, honest, professional, and accessible. And so, because it's such a large group of FSAs on the team, there will always be somebody available to answer an immediate question. We communicate very well within our own team, and we communicate very well with our clients.
Great, thank you. Madam Chair, if I could, just another brief question for clarification. In the bucket of statements made about fresh pair of eyes, is there an industry standard or best practice in your experience that is employed with respect to different funds or with funds utilizing different firms? In other words, is it a best practice or is there a rule of thumb about when we should be thinking about refreshing, firms?
I don't know about a rule of thumb. Or a best practice rather. I think it really depends upon the relationship that the client has with its current auditor. Having done audit work more than one time for a client, I always like to get hired. We always like to get hired again. But then on the other hand, it's from my perspective, from an actuary's perspective, it's always good to have a new challenge, to be able to dig in and put a fresh set of eyes on the work that has been done previously. So I think it's really CalPERS call as to whether or not it's time for a fresh set of eyes. Obviously, we would prefer that you decide to do such a thing. And we would obviously, do our very best job that we can do.
Yeah, and I would add to that, CalPERS is a bit unique in that it has its own actuarial office that is fully housed internally. For most of the plans we work with, they hire a consulting actuarial firm just to do the baseline actuarial calculations. And then they hire a second consulting firm to then go and audit the work that's being done by the ongoing consulting actuary. And that's not the case with CalPERS, of course. So with these other systems, typically you see the ongoing actuary usually staying around for quite a bit of time because they have the history, the background. But then with the auditing firm, that's where you see more turnaround. Like Kim said, it's not necessarily a turnaround every time, but you see more turnaround because there's not the need necessarily of an ongoing relationship. There's more a need to check the work and examine what's going on and dig into the results. And that's harder to do when you've already been doing it for a number of years. So we see a lot more turnover on the auditing side compared to the ongoing consulting side, even though, again, there's not some standard out there stipulating how it should be done.
And I would say that the norm is to change. It's kind of unusual with all the audits we've done. We've done a couple more than once, but generally we do them once. And then, if we do it again, it might be 5 or 10 years later.
Thank you.
We have only a few seconds left. Are there any other questions from the committee members? Seeing none, is there anything that you would like to add in the last few seconds we have available?
Related to I'm related to the audit too. We were hired by a retirement system for the third time to do the work. And we purposely, when we submitted our proposal, we used a completely different set of retirement actuaries and said, we're proposing with the same Siegel, but you've got a new group of actuaries who are going to start from scratch. And we were successful in winning that work.
All right.
And also just thank you for your time. We appreciate being here today and being able to speak with all of you.
We thank you for your time. Thank you for the presentation. This does conclude Siegel's interview, and we'll ask you to step away from the Zoom. It actually also concludes all of our interviews, and we will now be moving on to the scoring process.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have concluded the interviews. We now move on to scoring. Committee members, please make sure you have your blank scoring email handy, and remember that we are individually assigning a score from 0 to 5. I've got just a couple of questions that I was going to ask Mr. Carlin, or others from staff may jump in to provide an answer, but just for clarification. We can score any of the competitors from 0 to 5, and we can give more than one competitor the same score. Is that correct?
That is correct, Ms. Middleton, yes.
Okay. And it's my understanding that the highest and lowest score given to each competitor will be thrown out.
That is correct. So given that there's 5 of you from the committee participating, the way it would work is the highest and lowest score would be removed. The remaining 3 scores would then be added together, and the average of those 3 would be calculated to determine the score for the interview.
All right. And we will hold a public discussion. We will be inviting not only committee, but other members of the board to participate in that discussion. Ultimately, it is the committee members alone that will be scoring. They're doing so by email, and it is my understanding that it is up to each individual member of the committee as to whether or not they are public with what their score is for any individual competitor. Is that correct?
Correct. There's no obligation to say how you intend to vote. You're also not prohibited from doing so. If you want to talk about the rating you think a firm's entitled to, it's within your purview to discuss that in open session.
All right, thank you. That exhausts the questions I had. I see Ms. Brown had a question.
Yes. Some of the firms that we interviewed talked about either wanting minor changes to the contract or maybe a little more changes to the contract. And it's my understanding that we can take that into consideration. Is that true, Mr. Carlin?
That's correct. I think the intention with all the questions was to give you a well-rounded sense of the firms, what they were bringing to the table, and you're allowed to consider all the information you receive as part of the interview in evaluating the score you're going to give them.
Right, and my concern was if a company said we aren't going to want any changes, let's say, and we all rank them the highest, so they end up being number 1, and then they come back to negotiations and they want changes. I would assume that they're not forbidden from asking for changes, correct? Even though they said they wouldn't.
I would say that's correct in an absolute sense. So that if they were to come for a change, we wouldn't say, sorry, you've foregone the opportunity to do that. There might be some, for example, that are just technical that really wouldn't change the substance. But to your point, Ms. Brown, we certainly would use their representation to this committee and to the board as leverage in negotiating any contract.
Yeah, in my not so recent past, and that's happened to me before, where consultants, when they submitted, say we agree to the terms, and then you get down and you select them, a board approves them, and then they want changes to the terms. Yeah, so I've just had some personal experience with that. All right, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions, Controller Yee, excuse me?
Okay, thank you. My question had to do with how concerned should we be about, and this might be my oversight, but just about the team that's actually going to be assigned from each firm to this particular work with CalPERS. There were some names mentioned that I don't believe I saw backgrounds on, and so and part of why I was concerned was because I'm kind of looking at diversity of the teams, and there was one name that was mentioned that I didn't see any background on. Melanie Walker, did I miss that? Yeah, so can we? And I guess I could look it up on my own. But
I suppose what I would say is, and maybe this will answer your question, Controller Yee, is that certainly the composition of the team, who they presented, and what backgrounds were provided as well, which are available to the committee members. Those are things you can consider. Just as along with the other things that you've heard or seen here. So the absence is also something that you could consider.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Other,
Thank you.
Other process questions for staff?
Yes, this is David Miller. I just want to be clear that the 0 to 5, is that the discontinuous or is it a continuum? So could we give them a 3.5 or does it have to be whole number increments?
That's an excellent question. I would say you're not forbidden from going to decimal if you'd want to, although I think we'd probably, for the sake of staff, we'd want to hold it to maybe 1 or 2 decimal places at most, just to make the calculation as easy as possible.
Thank you.
Great. I actually do have one other clarification question. The phrase fresh set of eyes came up many times during the course of the conversations today. It's my understanding that we do not have a policy that would require us to change the parallel reviewing actuary at any period of time. Are we individually allowed to consider whether or not we believe a fresh set of eyes to be something that would be advantageous?
I think absolutely you certainly can consider that. And that was definitely part of the intention behind including that question, because since there's not a formal policy about that, that was designed to elicit information that would allow the committee to consider that. And you can certainly use that as part of the basis for your score that you assign to a firm.
Right, thank you. If there are no other questions regarding process, then I believe we should move into our public discussion of the interviews that we heard. Is there any member of the committee that would like to start? Controller Yee.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I just want to be clear about the scoring. So will our score, is the expectations that we would just email our scores back in response to the email? Is that okay? All right.
That's exactly right. Yes,
Thank you.
You'll send it right back, and staff from OSSD will then take all those and come back to the committee with the final numbers.
Okay, thank you.
We will, after we submit the scores, take a short break to give staff time to do their calculations and then reconvene. Is there anyone who on the committee that would like to begin the discussion of the interviews that we've heard?
Yeah, this is David Miller. Just 2 things that I noticed when it came to the discussion of reconciliation of differences. It seemed like Milliman and Siegel in particular gave very specific answers that were really kind of like what I would have been looking for, and the others didn't quite, in varying degrees, answer that as clearly and specifically in terms of looking at sample lives, test lives, and everything. So that was one thing that did strike me about the responses there. A lot of the other responses were in terms of the size and scope of their experience and the partner's experience and everything. Most of them were very strong on most of the other questions. So that was the one thing that stood out to me.
Very good. Other committee members? Controller Yee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree, Mr. Miller. That was one of the distinctions I certainly noted as well. Although I think maybe the way the question was phrased, I'm not so sure that it necessarily suggested that they go granular about the approach. So, but another area that struck me, and I'm trying to weigh just how to consider this, and that has to do with the systems employed by each of the firms. And to the extent that firms have proprietary systems, and I'm not quite sure how to evaluate that with respect to certainly the ability to accommodate some of the changes that Mr. Miller, I think you encompassed in your question. That was another difference that I spotted among the firms, and something I'm going to give some thought to as well.
Mr. Ruffino, Ms. Brown, do either of you want to comment? Then let me open it up to any member of the board that is on the call that would like to comment. All right. Ms. Brown?
Sorry, I did want to make a comment about the fresh set of eyes. I like that. I personally favor that idea of having someone new come in and take a look at that. Although Buck Global gave a fabulous interview and they scored very highly. It's my preference that we bring a new set of eyes in to look at this. And I think GRS even sort of said something's coming from our auditors, or there's going to be changing the valuation methodology. They sort of hinted at that, and then they pulled back and said, wait, we should probably let them tell you this. So it makes me a little concerned and curious. But I know in school district business management, a lot of times we just switch partners. We keep the same firm over and over and over again, but we switch partners. And then I've seen it where when we bring in a new firm, there are new discoveries that we find. And so I think, in my opinion, it's good to have a new set of eyes. Thank you.
Let me add that I thought all 5 interviews were strong firms, and I found myself favorably impressed by each interview, sometimes a little bit differently in terms of the qualifications that they were bringing, but each interview was very strong. I'm struggling as to who I thought was the strongest of the interviews, but I would concur with Ms. Brown that I think after 5 years that there is a benefit to be had by bringing a different firm in. I know that is not a requirement that we have, and given the quality of the interview that Buck provided us, I am certainly pleased that we had an opportunity to hear from them. But when I look at some of the strengths that some of the other firms brought in, I was particularly impressed with the California connections of Siegel and Chiron, as they've both done work with CalSTRS, with the UC system, in Chiron's case, with a number of counties. We also saw that with Siegel in terms of their relationships with cities and counties across the state of California. And there are advantages to that. GRS certainly comes across with an incredibly strong presence from the 2 leaders that were primarily responsible for their presentations. It's not surprising that either one of them have national reputations. Is there anyone else that would like to offer a comment? So hearing none, what we now have an obligation to do as committee members is to email to OSSD our scores. Again, you can score any of the competitors with the same score or with a different score. The score needs to be from 0 to 5, and Mr. Carlin has indicated that if you want to add a decimal point to that score between 0 and 5, you may do so. It will take staff approximately 20 minutes to complete scoring, so I ask you to very promptly provide to OSSD your score. So why don't we give the committee members until 1:05 to submit your scores, and we will reconvene at 1:25 to hear the compilation of the scores and to announce a winner. With that, thank you. now reconvene. The staff has completed calculating the scores. At this time, I would like Fritzi Archuleta, our Deputy Chief Actuary, to please announce the final score for each finalist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will now read the interview scores for each finalist in alphabetical order. Buck Global received 350 points for their interview score. Chiron Inc. received 293 points for their interview score. Gabriel Roeder Smith and Company received 433 points for their interview score. Milliman Inc. received 350 points for their interview score. And the Siegel Company received 380 points for their interview score. Combined with their preliminary total score, Buck Global received a total score of 840 points. Chiron Inc. received a total score of 714 points. Gabriel Roeder Smith and Company received a total score of 810 points. Milliman Inc. received a total score of 754 points. And the Siegel Company received a total score of 727 points. Madam Chair, the finalist with the highest total score is Buck Global.
Thank you. I will now entertain a motion for a recommendation to the full board.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I will second that motion, Madam Chair.
Okay. Is there discussion? Ms. Brown?
So that's the same firm we've been using. And so do we have to select them since they were the highest rated? Maybe that's a question for our law firm. And we could look at number 2.
This is Robert Carlin from the legal office. So I did hear the commentary from committee members about interest in a fresh set of eyes. And you're correct, Ms. Brown, this is the firm that has previously been doing the work for us. The RFP requires that we award the contract to the highest scoring firm. We're not obligated to award a contract, but my recommendation at this juncture would be that the committee recommend the highest score to the full board. And then that could be a decision that the full board would make, but the RFP does require us to go by who scored the highest overall.
Would you give that same talk to the full board? That they recommend that the full board or does the full board have a choice?
So the full board is also bound by the terms of the RFP. But let me hasten to add, I will not be addressing the full board at this when it comes back in June at the regular meeting. That'll be my my boss, Mr. Jacobs. So I don't want to presume to speak on his behalf, but that's my 2 cents right here as I'm sitting here with all of you.
Well, I would certainly hope that legal advice is legal advice, regardless of who you get it from.
Absolutely. I don't think it would change, but.
Thank you. I want to make sure that we're all clear on that. All right, thank you.
Controller Yee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I share Ms. Brown's perspective on this as well. And I did also understand per Mr. Carlin's statement that we're bound by the RFP requirements. But I would ask that when this does come before the full board that we actually have Mr. Jacobs bring us some options. Should the board want to entertain looking at a different firm other than the highest scoring firm. I do share the concern about the firm having been doing this work for CalPERS for a while. I think we are at a juncture where there are going to be some new considerations that should be factored in about the I guess the wisdom of looking at potentially a new firm coming in. So I would just ask that we have all of our options before us when we talk about this in June before the full board.
Are there any other comments from any members of the committee? I will echo the comments of Controller Yee and Ms. Brown that I would like to see the full board have options. I do believe all of the candidates that we reviewed today were qualified to do this, and we have a process that was put forward that everyone competed equally on. There is a issue that I think the board may want to consider in the future as to whether or not we have a rule regarding the length of time that an individual firm could compete for a contract such as this. So are there any further comments from members of the committee? And are there any members of the board who are present that would like to speak? Seeing none, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
And Madam Chair, I just want to jump in quickly and just with the suggested motion, just the language for both for the public and the committee members. You're free to alter this, but this was just the suggested language. The motion would be that the committee recommend to the board that the board award the contract to the highest scoring firm, which here would be Buck, as the highest ranking finalist, subject to final negotiations and satisfaction of all requirements, and direct staff, this would obviously be after a board's approval, but direct staff to begin contract negotiations for the contract with the finalist. If staff in its discretion concludes that negotiations are unsuccessful, staff would begin contract negotiations with the next highest scoring finalist. So I just put that for your consideration.
Is that acceptable to the maker and to the second?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm fine with that as it relates to the firm, yes.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Margaret Brown,
No.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Shonda Wesley, excuse, Betty Yee.
Aye.
Madam Chair, we have 3 ayes, 1 no made by Margaret Brown. The motion being made by David Miller, seconded by Betty Yee.
All right, thank you. Motion is approved. I will remind all members of the committee and the finalists of the restricted contract policy under Government Code Section 20153. We will bring forward to the full board a recommendation as stated by Mr. Carlin, and I won't repeat it again. With that, the business of the committee for today is concluded, and we will stand adjourned.